Good morning, everybody. Hmm. It was neighbor girl. She fed him to the bed she tied him to the bed to do some freaky stuff. No, I just overslept. It doesn't happen often, but sure as shit happened today. Holy fuck, I'm tired. Uh, Sleep well? No, unfortunately. How's that straddle? I mean, nothing's sold, so could be worse. Paying for itself? I'll probably close the pet side here if we bounce again. Actually, I should put a stop on it right now. An OI update. Yeah, there's a shitload of puts below 43.40. Call wall that was there last night's still there, but the out of the money calls have fallen off significantly. The fucking housing market crashing this morning. Uh, Great Britain's inflation rate is up. Okay, so dollars up, I imagine. Okay, dollars up 32 BPS. Their PPI is down. Core PPI is down. ECB inflation's down. But their CPI is still climbing. No, that's okay. 30-year mortgage is at 7.7%. Oh, mortgage applications down negative 6.9%. But building permits are up and housing starts are down. The housing starts. Wait, hold on. Housing starts month over month. Okay, housing starts. So housing starts month over month are up. Housing starts are missed expectations though. So increased supply, de decreased demand. We got the bond auction at 1. So we still got a couple hours to that. We got a 17-week bill auction at 11:30. Camera here. So we got a call wall still at 43.45. We're a little bit under that. Looks like out of the money puts are being sold. And there's still call interest at 43.60. Oh, yeah, I'll get it. Yep, I see that. Thanks, Dork. Um, hmm. I don't know. Those are big misses on the housing market. That's not gonna make anybody happy. Dollars up, so there's pressure on vol, and the 30 years back above 5%. Is they couldn't hold their shit together overnight. So right now on futures, we're kind of testing that bear confirm level at 43.67. If we break below that, next stop to the downside's like 43.50. So it's like a $17 range there. It looks like it's picking up some interest, and I just got stopped out of my pits, so let's see if they can V this, right? The 20's over the 2. Ooh. Yep, just barely. Interesting. Maybe I should just buy my puts back. Where are you getting housing market data from? It's just the like economic calendar website. Most brokers have them too. I got stomped this AM. Yeah, yeah. That housing market data is not exactly great for them. I still think we're. I never thought we were going up for the rest of the year. I thought we were going to go up until the end of this week, which we're barely hanging on to. The best part about the 20-year being over the 2 is that there's a 20-year auction at 1 p.m. today. I mean, that might be part of the reason why the 20's over the 2 right now. Although the 20's wonky, right? Like no one really cares about it that much. It tends to trade higher than like the 10 and the 30 anyway. Discord audio. Oh, yeah, let me get that. Cool. Yep, there it goes. I got it. Is our daily high already in? Not necessarily, but unless they get this back over 43.50, it still looks like shit. And it doesn't look like they're going to get it back over 43.50 anytime soon. Did my Yang shit stop out? Okay, that's kind of cool. I'm still in it. What's Tesla doing? Ooh, Tesla shit the bed hard. Opened below risk and just kept dropping. It's NASDAQ down 69 BPS. Save us, Microsoft and Google. You're our only hope. Meta's down 1.3. Nvidia took another 3% hit. Netflix down 1.5. Apple's down 1.6. Oh no, sorry. Apple's down 0.2. Amazon's down 1.6. Upstart took a hit 4.25. Damn, Jamie got fucking slaughtered this morning. 2 million shares borrowed? How many? $2.05 million shares borrowed this morning. Fun. I hope you got more than 4 hours of sleep and you weren't just up until 5 a.m. No, I was just up until like 5 a.m. Did you post daily TD? No. I mean, last night in Billionaires, but nothing this morning. Look how close we are to critical margin or something like that. Would you be cautious about put entries here? Yeah. The 20-year may not come in with a tail, and if it doesn't, this could all turn around very, very quickly. Especially given spot on the 20s at like fucking 5.24 right now. Would the weekly gamma flip point on AVGO be at 875? I mean, no. And also, we don't calculate gamma flip points. Gamma flip points are just the mean of the net gamma. They're not they're not a very accurate measure of dealer exposure. Didn't a news report release say GME to zero and everyone needs to immediately sell? Probably. Were you at least trying to sleep or just shit posting? I both. So when the bond auction comes in over spot, and then the distance from spot is the tail. Just trying to find something to make up the cat losses today. I broke even on Yang and wasn't even gonna risk the low liquidity on weekly $12 calls. I just had 11s. How high can the 30-year go realistically? 7, 8? I don't think that's out of the question. Rad trading again. Rad was trading yesterday, a regress. It's probably not going to go up. Tell the truth. You're up all night tracking James Rowland's IP address. No. Why did Upstart get slaughtered this morning? I'd imagine because the market tanked. Or because somebody borrowed a bunch of shares. 400,000 shares borrowed. A podcast, It Could Happen Here, did an episode on the GME cult and how the internet speeds up cult formations. Makes sense. I thought the flip point was the level at which the gamma exposure goes from positive to negative. I've never seen anybody calculate it that way, but sure. AVGO's gamma's already positive. It went positive at 496. Oh, wait. Never mind. Hold on. I don't know what the fuck AVGO's gamma went positive actually. Ours hasn't updated in over a year. I don't think it's still on our list of stocks that we track. That might be why. Uh Hold on. Why'd you have to do the Peruvian bull like that? Someone needs to call him on his bullshit. $872.50. USD JPY going for it. They pushed out like 2.6 billion in bond buying last night. I'm sure that'll stop things. Better entry on the Tesla play. I mean, the Tesla play was never alive. It opened below risk. No better entry. I mean, unless you're bullish on their earnings. Yep, I can see your chats, Wild Willie winning. How you doing, bud? Good morning, sleepy boy. I think the key to rest for you is arguing with Peruvian Bull. Wasn't an argument. I would like a nice V to exit my calls green as well. That'd be cool. I'm ready for the V. That must mean it's not coming. It doesn't look particularly great right now. Hmm. 260. Russell shit the bed again today. How's Fubo doing? Fubo also shit the bed. Alright, so still just tracking with Russell. Interesting. Hmm. Maybe they can get VIX back under 18, but unless that happens, I don't see this going anywhere fast. 40, 45. Okay, so put walls at 50 and 55. So still quite a lot of resistance to the upside. Let me see how call buying's going. Okay. Is that 1026? So they're getting some calls built up at 50 and 55. And then there's a bunch of calls at 60. So little range for a bounce here, but not nearly as much as this morning. Would waiting until Friday morning be smart for re-entering? You know, Fubo's being shorted today, but there's still covering going on, or at least on the underlying. I wonder how much further down it'll go. It might reverse back pretty quick. You think the market's waiting on the 20-year auction before moving? Probably. The 17 came in already. I would say that if the 20-year doesn't print with like a significant tail and demand on it is okay, we could start moving up again. Price action on Fubo is getting tight, it seems. It may be. I wish I could have closed those yesterday. Today's only Wednesday, so we still have one more day. Should buy an out of the money call here. How much are they? There's a shitload of put interest to the downside, though. Yeah, all the way down to 43.25, and then pretty big pile of put interest at 10 and 4,300 as well. Risky. Building a little bit of support at our bearish confirm signal from last night on ES, 43.67. But we could just as easily fill the gap to the downside. Well, it looks like intraday SPX options are expensive as shit. Fun. God, I want to sell those pits. Saudi Arabia urges citizens to leave Lebanon immediately. Ooh, saucy. Are there a lot of Saudi Arabian citizens in Lebanon right now? Did the hospital bombing from last night shift the momentum down? No, I think our fucked housing data this morning did. Do pumpers have a foothold at all? Not unless we get above 43.60 again. Such a late stream today. Did you get roofied? Kind of. Actually, yeah, kind of. But I roofied myself. They usually go to Beirut to party. Makes sense. I don't own a Rolls Royce. Jesus Christ. Oh. So. That's a new kink. Roofing yourself to make it feel like someone took advantage of you. No, I just took my old antihistamines last night because I couldn't find my new ones. And those knock me the fuck out. I didn't really think about it at the time, but is this the ruggedly handsome pickle stream about netherscaping on the clock? I got confused when I couldn't find you. Yes, it is. 17 weeks stayed same as previous. Okay, I mean no one really cares about the short duration. That should be it should stay at spot, but it's good to know. Thank you. Stop lying. Lying is a sin. Stop sinning. We all know you own a Rolls. Yeah, no. Where the fuck would I keep one? It's too ostentatious. GME is making me feel violated. At least I don't have to close my covered calls. Looks like they're not going to be at risk at any point this week. I'm going to squeeze out that extra 2%. Was paying to become a zillionaire and then investing in pickles picks the way to make good money fast? It's only as useful as what you do with it. It could be a way to just lose more money faster. Pickles picks is just the shit I'm playing. But if you're inexperienced at trading, I wouldn't suggest it. Thanks for defining ostentatious, VTN. Can't believe we're still talking about what Gherk drives. I thought this was settled. Gherk drives an M1 Abrams tank. I've seen it in the Costco parking lot. Time to full port Tesla weeklies. Ew. Good entry for in the money, near the money GME calls at this level. I mean, they're cheap. I don't think I could possibly lose money faster. You have to say pickles picks are paper trading only. They are. Do I not get recognized for becoming a pigeon whale again? Yes, you do. Ah. Welcome aboard, Wild Willie Winning. You have to do it during the stream. That creates all the fanfare. You'll learn, but that's what being a pigeon whale is all about. Provoking online interaction. That's okay. The other pigeon whales will teach you. Test out the pigeon whale channel. Shit on some pores. That's fun. I thought we got shamed for leaving pigeon whales, but you get. That's the. We love fair fans. Do we know the VIX instruments are on Reg Show for shorting to keep VIX down? I'm wondering if there was a buying spree they got caught off guard by too. But probably. I mean, demand against the short position is probably what created the fails. I'm a billionaire and I don't play Pickles picks anymore. It's still worth it to me for the knowledge and the cats with Peener's picks. Nice. Visceral Records, M1 Abrams tank, or Mitsubishi Mirage. Either one. I don't know. You know, I'm going to do something smart after losing on Cat today. I'm not going to trade anything besides Fubo, my love, my life, my muse. I pay for Zillionaires just so I don't have to claw my eyes out looking at the GME Poor channel. It's a depressing place, Kenny. Zillionaire's worth it just to hear Don Duck's hot takes, so I know what not to do. Dillionaire Kristen, sorry. All right, I'm out of my call. We can rip now. Can we? Vic's back at 19. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that calls are the right choice here. There's probably a correct way to approach this. I'm just tired. What's an MIT's finance theory YouTube course? I've never seen it, but it's probably cool. I've done a few of their like free online courses. They're pretty good actually for being free. What sort of range does the positioning support right now? Is there more room down, or are we looking at a big bounce? There's a lot more interest to the downside. But that also means that that interest could be squeezed out. Like if we're to bounce here, which still doesn't seem very likely, but if we were, and we blew through the put walls at 50 and 55, most of that out of the money put interest would collapse. However, right now, I would say the chance of moving to 4,300 is currently greater than the chance of moving to 4,360. There's definitely a lot more puts open near the money. What are the chances that they stuff GME OPEX? Well, they already stuffed it last time. I thought you were dead. That's extreme. Happy SLD, folks. Friendly reminder that SLD isn't over until Monday opening bell. It's true. Let's see. Catch a support slightly higher here at 43.40. 43.35. So double bottom failed. Give me a second. That doesn't look particularly great. 15 minutes kind of reversing a little bit. God damn it. So leave that open. Cat's still kind of clawing its way back. Call interest is still increasing, but it's kind of flattening out here. Still a decent amount of put selling going on, although it's not really stopping the VIX. The 30, 20, and 10 aren't moving down very much either. Jesus fucking Christ. Our yields are so high right now. Nice stable downtrend starting at 12:30 p.m. yesterday on SPX. Looks good on the 5-minute. It's descending consolidation. I wouldn't say it's like a stable downtrend, but I see what you're talking about. It is consolidating here. Not as much on the price action side, but on the volume. If you look at ES, it's a little more obvious. 423. This is yesterday's low, right? Yesterday morning's low right here. Let's see. What price do the bulls want? 70? After becoming a billionaire, my T level increased dramatically. My looks have skewed more rugged, and downing an entire Ziploc bag of wine has become second nature. That's awesome. First time caller. Also, great name. I was hoping you took a morning for yourself, stepping away from the noise and chaos of life, if only for a moment. Nope. Nope. Turned my alarm clock off in my sleep. Slept an extra 2 hours. There's like 220 OI for GME for this Friday. I don't think OPEX is happening. There's a lot more OI than that. We're expecting anything till Beige Book drops at 2. The 20-year auction at 1 is far more important than the Fed Beige Book. $20-year to 6% today. Gork, YouTube isn't letting give out billionaire coupons. Why not? Disappointment, formerly known as McChuggets. Gork, I'm practicing for being a quant after my god TA yesterday. I drew lines on a chart. I interpret these lines as beautiful mountain range and sunset. Will my puts print? Also, are you proud? So you're like the Bob Ross of TA. I guess that's a niche. I'm up quite a bit on my Tesla December 15 put position now. With significant theta left, how would you hedge earnings? I'm probably just gonna buy some calls, like short dated calls. No, I mean, like, I don't know. I still feel like their earnings are gonna be shit, so I'm gonna leave my longer dated puts open. I've got a decent amount of time on them, I think. I've upped my meds and it isn't working. I need a dose of hopium from the Pickle King. GME's tips are still contracting. So that's neat, right? $30-year is 5% again. And JFresh is JFresh bullish or bearish? I don't, you can usually tell by what color cat penises he's posting in the Discord. I know he's posting them because he keeps editing all his comments. I bought a weekly Tesla called a hedge, but now 255 feels kind of far out of the money. Better cut, reposition, or hope for a drift up at the end of the day. I see about like a call hedge at market open. Probably repositioning closer to actual earnings tonight. Tesla's forming a disgusting Head and Shoulders right now. 42.41. I would only hedge Tesla earnings if you have some, like, if you actually have like exposure to the downside that you need to hedge. I wouldn't play it otherwise. And buying longer dated exposure tonight when IV is through the roof is not a great idea. The title to this video is Fire. Thanks, J-Dog. Dolphin. I feel like that depends on what kind of beige we're talking about. It's more of a taupe. Speaking of OI, where do you get live SPX OI data? Opera? Lack of sleep causes your nuts to shrink. So you better start sleeping at least 8 hours a day so that the junior gherks will be healthy. Ew. It says I already purchased it. Google's too worried about ad blockers instead of tax write-offs. I mean memberships. I don't know why it hasn't popped up. Let me check the... Yeah, it's not showing up. That's weird. Did you break their ad blocking thing that they've got now? Here's what I don't get. Like if like people are members, why does it show them ads? Why doesn't it do what like Twitch does? Topium. SJX about to do dumpish things. Oh, we're retesting 43.35. So maybe. Is it gonna fail here? It could. Yeah, we could fall all the way to 25. A little bit of easing in the call buying, but they're still selling puts. Which just seems stupid at this point. Just tuning in. Still expect pumps after the 20-year, or are we going down based on housing data? I think our initial downside is based on the housing data. It's really bad. And then if the 20-year comes in like flat, then we could pump. Sadly, no. This has happened before to me. Usually YouTube will reverse the charge and I can do it again. Oh. That's weird. I don't really know a lot about their payment systems. They don't share anything with us. I'm pretty sure everyone in here has blown 20 bucks on Taco Bell and yet are hemming and hawing over a billionaire sub. Was anybody hemming and hawing? I mean, that one guy, and I told him just don't sign up. Can I pump this personally? No. Tesla December 250p enough data to hold through earnings. Yeah, but you're overpaying for it right now. Like even that far out, the IV's elevated. Fucking, I think IV on Tesla's at like what 80 or something right now, 85. 30 days at 33%, and then December's, oh wait, hold on. What's that factor? 31, 34. Is that correct? Why is it so fucking low? It was higher yesterday. Hold on. That doesn't look correct at all. Oh, that's cap. There we go. Hold on. 51 in November. December's like 50. Like 101. I mean, it's still it's still elevated, right? I I guess you could, but you're gonna experience some crash unless you sell something against it. Oh shit, it bounced. How far out of the money will you buy your Tesla call hedge? I was thinking two DTE 255s, but that might be too far out of the money now with post earnings IV crash. I mean, if they go in the money, it's not going to be too bad. How much are the 55s right now? Like $4? You could sell something against them. So you could do like you could do a like a bull call spread. So if you sold like if you did like the 55 and sold, let's say the 70, and they really smash earnings, that's only like $300 a leg. 55 65s 240 a leg. So a little cheaper and protects you from some of the crush. And then if they do beat earnings, so say you do like the, hold on here, I'll show you. Oh, there we go. So if they do beat earnings, right? And say like tomorrow you open at like 265, but IV's crushed, you can close the short call, right? And you can just let the 255 keep going. Because both of these will crush equally, right? So it's like less affected by IV. Whereas if you just have a call, well, you're more affected by the IV. So if IB goes back to like 50, then you need a bigger move. It's actually not that much different. Oh. Maybe you have to sell a little closer to the money. Yeah, you might not be able to sell that far out of the money. But that is one way to offset the crush a little bit. All right, so call buying's coming in again. It's still not very strong yet, but it is coming in again. And they're still selling puts. I think the selling of the puts is probably more important than the call buying right here. What's the expected earnings move on Tesla? Let me take a look. Um, it's like 3% today, and then 7%. So it's like 3% today, 7% over the next 7 days, and then over the next 30 days, it's like 14%. Adopted by the Dan's OG. Thank you so much, man. Guys, give Adopted a shout out and welcome to Cornishon. Fun coupons. Thanks, dude. I fell off the gravy train. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a particularly advantageous time to be buying options. I wonder if Tesla will reverse this and fucking pump. Nvidia's turning around too. What's QQQ look like? Tested 67 today. Back at 66. We're not that far off, but fuck, that was a low open. Actually, that was kind of perfect. That was pretty close, right? I mean, I missed the wicks a little bit, but got the volume trend. Now let's see if we can end the day up 46. My 436p from yesterday is still up over 100%. Okay. I did the hedge thing, and that saved my cat play. Nice, dude. Yeah, I couldn't close these yesterday. I didn't have any trades left, so I'm kind of just fucked on them unless the market turns around. I don't think you should be doing technical analysis on yields. If I'd closed it yesterday, I wouldn't have any day trades left, too. Dang. Yeah. Was it likely they would want to pump before the bond auction? I had assumed that they would try based on the positioning last night, but housing data seems to have destroyed that plan. Are you bearish on Tesla earnings? Yeah, I mean, I'm just bearish on Tesla. Not just their earnings, just the whole company. I think they suck. Well, there's a lot more research into it than I just think they suck, but I think they're going to have a very hard time over the next like 3 to 5 years. What was housing data? Less buyers, more sellers, way less interest, far more new homes. So increased inventory and demand down. Also, mortgage rates at 7.7%. It's the same thing that's happening with cars. Yep, but slower. We talked about BAC a couple days ago. Looking at the current chain, it still looks insane. What do you think about BAC's data across the series we spoke about right now? I don't know. I don't look at options chains, just like raw options chain data to determine price direction. It doesn't really tell you anything, right? Like volume and flows don't mean a lot. Right now, BAC looks like it's not really going anywhere. If it drops below 27, it can move down. If it moves above 28, it could go up. It's kind of just locked in the middle. I would say that the long side is a little more robust, but just at the money. Like there's a bit more call interest than there's or a bit more long interest than there is short, but it doesn't look particularly exciting. Um, yeah, bank stocks never really do. They're not. I mean, they don't really like stocks that are that liquid. With that little options interest, they generally don't. They're not as affected by positioning in the options chain, right? They're far more affected by buying and selling of the underlying. Although I will say, since yesterday, it looks a little bit more bullish. Not much, but a little bit more. Call interest is picking up. Would seem the pumpers are having a bit of a struggle. Yep. TA doesn't really work well on anything, right? It's just bias confirming and trying to simplify data points. I mean, it's okay, um, but I don't like it that much. You kept buying Express, or did you pump the brakes a bit? I mean, no, I never really pumped the brakes. I haven't bought more of it since it reverse split, but yeah, but they're kind of still priced for EXR. I have another buy order on EXR. I don't think it's hit yet though. No, I have a buy order at like 100. Uh, that's a little above 100, I guess. It's 106.70. It probably won't drop that low. It's starting to already get some buy volume. As the housing market gets worse, they'll probably continue to suffer like a decline in share price, just alongside other REITs because of the baskets they're in. But when people actually start losing their homes or getting foreclosed on, their stock value will go up because their earnings will go up. Or at least that's what I think. Would you say a break below 27 could bring it down to 24.50? No. I would say a break below 27 could bring it down to like 26. It really doesn't have a lot of like at the money interest. It's gonna be dependent on buying and selling of the underlying. It looks high, but the like volumetrically, but the net exposure is pretty balanced. It usually is on banks. I think there's confusion on what TA is. I feel like most people would consider horizontal SR to be TA. Yeah, they do. I mean, you can define TA pretty broadly and encompass a lot of things. I think the idea of using lines and patterns to forecast future prices is absurd. Using it to understand buy and sell interest on a security in a market over time is perfectly fine. You think Trump Tower getting liquidated will trigger the CMBS collapse? Probably not. The false breakout was brutal. Yep. This can still hit 25. There's enough. There's still enough put interest. In other news, Mr. Poopy Butthole is back in the first episode of Rick and Morty season 7. I thought it was good, and the voice replacement for Justin did a great job. Cool. It's what allows TA to be pushed as snake oil without the other piece that is fundamental understanding of how equities are priced in the market. In other news, Mr. Poopy Butthole is back. Oh. So you just draw lines for us so we feel special? Mostly, yeah. Or because I'm bored. My TA is mostly harmonic and wave-based. Volume and OI analysis, and volume and spread analysis. Volume analysis is important, although I don't think harmonic or wave-based technical analysis is any more accurate than any other form of technical analysis. And they're all less accurate than MACD. So just use MACD, right? As far as their forecasting ability, MACD is more accurate than any other TA pattern. By like a lot. Don't you use a harmonica to pick directional moves? No. I mean, TTM kind of just tells you what volume already does, right? It's just another way of looking at price and volume. Will MULN make me a millionaire? I doubt it. Every second fund is momentum based. I mean, well, a lot of CTAs are systemic, right? So yeah. Can you please play the bear song? No. Maybe at 43. Oh, because you want it to bounce. This just sounds like why so many, why so much? It's too much. You're just like at that point I feel like you're just overfitting. Like you could just use MACD and you'll probably be just as accurate. I would say in like 90% of instances, MACD will just tell you what you need to know. And you can get rid of the harmonics and the wave structure and all of that. And volume, OI, and price are vastly more important than any technical indicator. What are your thoughts on pumpers pumping us regardless of the tail risk? Could their positioning and fear they cause in put holders be enough to outweigh the 20-year? I mean, you're just assuming ahead of time that the 20-year is going to be bad. It's like spot's already quite high. I don't think there's a lot of room for a fat tail on it. It's not a very big auction. We could play the pickle song. I don't have it to play on my own, and it's good. Which one? I thought they were supposed to cover this week, next week. If there's covering, it's usually after OPEX, not right before it. Historically, it's the OPEX settlement period. It's going down slightly too quickly for my weird diagonal calendar things. Can it just like close here? I mostly use TTM as a scanning indicator. So you're just looking for shit that's consolidating. I had to leave before end of day yesterday. Dork said you ended up turning them into a straddle. How did that work out? Pretty good. I mean, we were, well, I cut them when we were down like 75 BPS, but I had a 4370 straddle. I'm out completely right now. I'm just waiting for a call entry. Fair. Well, as long as we stay off of 4325, then there's still a small chance for this to turn around. There's still really big put walls at 50 and 55. A reversal could squeeze them out, or they're going to hold us here. But the call wall at 45 is holding up. I think the biggest problem here is that we're seeing increased put buying to the downside at 43.10, 20, and 25. Williams is about to speak at 12:30. I mean, it kind of doesn't matter what they say if bond yields keep moving up, right? Like they could say the most bullish shit in the world, but if yields keep rising, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter what the Fed does at this point. And they're not going to cut, right? So that's the only kind of news where the market might get excited. California earthquake alarm. Oh shit. Fair enough. Lost your gun. Everyone's gonna have their own thing. I'm not trying to shit on your thing. I don't do that. I spent a long time going through all the technical indicators ever made, only to realize that 90% of the time MACD was just more accurate. And then that wasn't accurate enough, right? So I bought some Tesla at 215p for the 20th this morning. Now it's up a lot. Nice. And I'm still bearish on earnings. Roll the dice or take the profit. I mean, you're super far out of the fucking money and you'll get ruined by IV crush. So rolling the dice seems like a bad idea. I was in New York City this past weekend and not one person said, "Hey, I'm walking here." When did this stop happening and why is everything I know a lie?
uh, sometime in like the early 90s. And that's because most people who live in New York aren't from New York, and everyone talks like they're from California because of social media, or they're just from California. MACD appropriately adjusted for its time frame should have like a 75 to 83% hit rate. RSI just tells you what you can already see on the chart. It doesn't pull any additional information, right? It's just like you can just look at the candles. Depends on how you use it. No, it doesn't. It's just a calculation of percent gain and loss during a look back period. It just tells you, I mean, like, RSI just tells you partial truths about the past smoothed over an average period of time. Mathematically, it doesn't matter how you look at it. It's just bias confirming. Like it doesn't present any new information that isn't already there. I mean, most all technical indicators use price, volume, and time, right? And that's it. And then you just have different effects of smoothing. All of which create less accuracy. Why use TA when you can trade with emotion? Every red candle, panic. Every green candle, MOASS. 50% of the time, it works every time. I like the way you think, Evans. I was today years old and I found out you can set a trailing stop and a limit sell on the same contract in IBKR. I'm about to lose so much less money. To be fair, I saw older New Yorkers who got really mad at people cutting in line and were ready to fight about it. Nice. I use RSI BAM complex and simple structures within RSI to look at harmonic levels and confirm it with volume and price action. You're just looking at a bunch of the, but you're just looking at a bunch of the same shit different ways. Can you make money just using MACD? Yeah. You can make money just guessing and having good risk management. You don't even need technical analysis. That guy has to be trolling you. No, he's not. I usually throw a dart at my traffic reg and use that to fetter mine my strike and date. Determine? Oh, okay. That makes that sentence make more sense. Don't tell chat that. Why? It's the truth. Am I the only one who uses the wheel of options? Spin the wheel for a strike, spin the wheel for call or put. Nice. We can still test 25. We got about 20 minutes till the auction. RSP got fucking hammered today. It's actually underperforming tech. Dixie's almost back to trend. Yeah, I mean the combination of the housing data and then England's inflation bumping is pretty fucking rough, right? Because that pushes dollar up, which is gonna increase vol demand. And then increased vol demand is gonna increase bond demand. Right, everything's just reflexive after that point. But yeah, it was pretty bad data this morning. Open up a 240p, 260c strangle for next week on Tesla. Put biased. Let's go. You're going to get crushed really hard. You're going to need those to go pretty deep in the money. Did you sell your calls from your straddle yesterday? No. Just took profit on the put side, which is, I mean, more than enough. Paid for the calls. Small yield. I mean, if we bounce, cool, but I don't think we'll bounce that hard. I didn't wake up on time this morning, so otherwise I would have sold them when we retested 64. I would have just cut them there. But yeah, I mean, I guess if we get back over 55 today, which is possible, I'll be able to get out of them and add a little bit to the overnight yields from the puts. But I mean, the total straddle is profitable. I think I needed a 40 BPS move and I got like 76, 75. In terms of outcomes that make the post-action pump or dump, flat tail could probably drive a pump. So if the 20-year comes in at spot, even if it comes in a little bit above spot, it's probably not going to drive that much fear. If it's a really big tail, that'll be bad. Like that'll be really bearish. What's your expected bounce range? Well, right now there's put walls at 50 and 55. So unless we can break those, 50, like 50, 55 would be the top of our any kind of upside range here. If we break 55, that could start squeezing out puts, and then we could run a lot harder. Although there's not a lot of calls there to capture an upside move right now. They could come in, especially towards the end of the day when they're cheap. Tesla butterfly to sell that guy strangle. um, Let me see. Is it worth it? I'm not sure IV's high enough that it's worth it. Short calls, like 305 net credit. Short put is, so puts are a little more favored. I do like 50-50, 10%. Yeah, it's not terrible. 4%. That's kind of shittier. Although 4% for 2 days, right? Maybe the short call butterfly is there though. The only reason I don't like doing those is like assignment risk. Suppose you could do the debit butterfly. That's kind of shit too. Isn't assignment preferred? You get the return quicker. It's a pain in the ass to deal with though. Uh, it's not too bad. It's 10%, so Friday, right? And you just need a greater than 1% move. You could bias it to the downside. There's enough liquidity. Although, it's going to make it a debit. Hmm. 8% loss on the upside, 38% gain on the down. Performs well with the crush. Yeah, it's not terrible. The put, so like, either a short put butterfly or like a broken wing offset by like 250. I already have long dated puts on Tesla though. Poopy pants. What's your downside range for what? Yeah, 197.50p for 1020 when retire. Short-term Tesla price target to the downside. I mean, I have like November and December puts, but let's see. Like 218, 220. Half of my puts are already in the money right now at 250, but I have 235s and 225s as well. You know what I actually like, Lily? The inverse butterfly, and then you just cut the loser and keep the debit spread open. It's got it's got arguably the best returns. Higher debit, but 32% return. You need a 5% move. I like that. It's up 25% already. I have unrealized gains of 333. The stock stuff is easy. My Tesla puts are hedged at 10, 19 QQQ puts, but that's just when in the money, so I'm good. You know, Netflix has earnings tonight too, right? Let's get back from a meeting. Are we going down more or are we gonna V? We can still test 43.25 here. I don't think anything's gonna happen until the bond auction prints. Besides just getting dragged down by the market maker towards the biggest pile of options interest, which is at 43.25. Might be able to exit it like a straddle if the market pumps into the end of the week. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Also, you benefit a little bit from the crush on the losing side. I'm aware. If the Qs sell on the bond auction, I'll take profits. All right. 6 minutes, Steve. This market's like calculating the temperature 3 inches away from an ice block during an 80-degree hurricane with potential for tornadoes at 40 degrees with partly cloudy skies at 4 p.m. in the fall. I guess. It's just kind of data dependent and volatile. It's not that volatile yet, but it's getting there. Can you describe in what situation the 20-year bond can cause a pump if it comes in flat and demand is decent? It's a small auction, and the 20-year is already quite high today, so there's a very decent chance that the demand is already there. I just need Fubo to drop 3 to 4 cents more to get my fill. What are you trying to pick up 250 calls? QQQ to 362. What, overnight? I might actually straddle QQQ overnight. I don't think the vol's too bad there. Nah. The only people who buy 20-year treasuries are boomers with grandkids. That's not true. I own a few. You know you can use them as margin, right? Like they're marginable securities. Boomer. I mean, I don't know about you, but I like to make 5% on my margin. Here's the problem is everyone's just really comfortable with their like SPACs accounts and shit, right? And they think that interest rate's gonna last forever instead of just 6 months. Those people are idiots. It's true. I'm only recently discovering the degen things you can do with credit spreads and a bond account. It's not boomer like at all. Nope. And they pay taxes. I mean, I pay my taxes, right? Like, you probably pay yours too. 2 minutes. I use my margin for a lot of things, AJ. Is selling credit spreads one of them? Yes. Two minutes for ups or downs. Just some downside exposure here. Gross. Ooh. Volume's picking up. And print. Not yet. My laptop fan is picking up. Hey Gurk, older Gurk has conferences tonight. Should I ask her teacher if she's showing any signs of gambling or other degeneracy? Yeah, you want to get her reading options as a strategic investment as early as possible. $5.255. 'Aw. Yeah, I'll leave it open. We get a $4 fill. That's kind of awesome, right? Still no results. Oh, here we go. $5.245. Ooh, that's below spot. Oh, thanks, Atomic. Well, tendered 33 million, accepted 13 billion, competitive total Primary dealer, indirect bidder. Oh, all right. So high yield came in below spot. That's pretty bullish. How bullish, we're gonna find out in a minute. Call buying's picking up. Some puts are selling off. $5.25 is better than flat. Spot was 5.245. It was better than spot. So it came in below spot. Spot was 5.255. So what's the market gonna do? Well, there's still a lot of put interest in this range. They're gonna have to try to squeeze them out, which they're first gonna do by targeting VIX, right? So if you drop VIX, you can trigger put stop losses before there's any effect on price. Looks pretty good there. That might reverse now. I'll just erase my losses from the past 3 days and the last 200 seconds. I love the SPX too. Should I transfer money from my checking accounts to my Fidelity SPAX account so I can get 5% return? I mean, do you need to write checks? I love hedging. It's pretty fun. Is this bullish enough to confirm that our low for the day is in? Nope. Like I said before, there's put walls at 50 and 55. Does Fidelity have checking now? Seriously? I'm gonna throw more money in there. Fidelity always had checking. I didn't know about it. It looks like Pumpy's Gherk. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, guys. TLT hit a decade low today. Everything's fine. No tail on the 20. Let's fucking go. Exactly. Russell, my jimmies. Exactly. If they get VIX back below 19 here, they're going to start squeezing out a lot of puts. I use Fidelity as my bank. I've got a debit card and everything. Nice. Huh. All right. I thought we'd move up then dip on the auction, not the other way around. The morning data was atrocious. If I was awake, I would have told you. It was really bad. Like Great Britain inflation popping up again. Um is was the start. And then Euro inflation was down, right? And then fucking housing data was atrocious. Mortgage applications were down negative 6.9%. And the 30 years 7.7. Can you elaborate on the housing data? Yeah, there's more houses being built and less demand for them. So housing starts, and housing starts month over month. Like the month over month percentage is up 7% from the prior month. Building permits were up, above analyst expectations. Not as high as last month, but still pretty high. And then mortgage applications were down almost negative 7% with the 30-year mortgage climbing. So it's, yeah, more supply, less demand, right? Puts are getting squished. VIX lost 19. My grandma's younger than Janet Yellen, and we took her license away last week. Yeah, cognitive decline is not equivalent across all people. What if it's Tesla's turn to sell the AI pump? Have they pumped? Yellen doesn't drive. Elon founded AI, Kirk. It's time. He's already been trying to push his stupid fucking Dojo supercomputer for the last month. No one gives a shit. Cognitive decline is also different from having the physical reaction capabilities needed to safely drive. True. I'm sure all tech looks bullish right now, Ben. If you get my 4370s in the money, I'll rename my wife Gherk too. If SPX breaks 4350 with any degree of strength, do you think it'll go green on the day? We've still got a ways to go, but it's possible. If we can squeeze out the put wall, yeah, we could hit 70 again, maybe higher. Fill the gap. This is definitely where we start to run into resistance. Futures testing the lower trend from this morning. So here I'll show you. Like the 43.78 really, but so breaking back up above this, yeah, we can test 4,300 again. Yields are dropping pretty fast. Mix is going down. Dixie's dropping, so Apple's green on the day again. Microsoft's green. Google and Amazon's turning around and breaking up above VWAP. Call buying's still picking up. More put selling. Support call went from easy to complicated in like 3 seconds. Fuck this market. Ooh. $43.49, huh? Is that it? Pump's dead? No? We're just at resistance here. This is where the put walls are that I've talked about 90 times now. I don't know why it would be bullish that the 20-year is substantially above 5%. It printed a tail that was below spot. Which is kind of the auction's way of saying that the market price of the bond was too, or the market yield for the bond is too high. Where does Durkers put his face on chicks? And J-Fresh is infatuated with meat sabers? I don't know. So a little bit of capitulation on the 50 and 55, a little bit on the 35 and 40 puts. The 43-45 call wall is still holding up. It looks like they're selling puts a little bit more aggressively. So yeah, they're still trying to push through those put walls. I called this last night. I hate myself for being right. What? Oh, the tail wouldn't print hard? I didn't think it would print very hard. The 20-year was already kind of out of whack with the rest of the yields anyway. I know that there would be a green candle because clown market gonna clown market. I didn't even consider anything. Hmm. Call buying at 55 is still really weak. How was the auction tail? Below spot. No tail. Inverted. They're just fighting each other for 40, like 43-45, 43-50 right now. What terms? So the high yield on the auction comes in at whatever number, right? And if that number is higher, well, so if X is greater than spot, it's printed a tail. If X is less than spot, then the bond is overpriced, or well, yields are overpriced. So this is what we got. The last 3 duration auctions came in with a tail, which drives speculation and yields higher, right? So it pushes yields up. Worthwhile to know that the auction was still higher than it opened today. Yields rocketed throughout the morning, so still higher than yesterday. Yeah, but does that matter? Slightly better than the 20-year high, J Fresh. Is still slightly better than the 20-year high. Wouldn't Fubo 350? If Fubo runs, it probably won't be like if it runs hard, it's probably not gonna be until after OPEX or if Russell takes off again. So Russell tanked hard today, which pulled Fubo back down, but it looks like it's stabilizing at 250 again. There's some covering, so they could short it more, but they won't short it into the Russell climbing. It's pointless. I wonder if Bulls lose though. There's still a chance. '30 years staying kind of under 3% though, or 5% rather. 5 years 5.29, 10 years 4.885. What's Dixie doing? Dixie climbed back up a little bit. Still buying calls. Still selling puts. So they're still gonna, I think they're still gonna try to squeeze out the put wall. Snacky yet reasonable Squamsk. Definitely the latter. I'm anything but quiet or reserved. They don't have enough juice in the goose. From this level, they kind of need to buy in the money calls. You don't think they are? They are. They are. They're buying the 35 and the 40. What do you think about Zom? I've got 115 calls for 1124. Should be okay. Oil's up again today. And any like increased tension in the Middle East will probably drive oil prices. Like oil's going to be volatile. So, yeah, there's a chance. I don't think 115's out of the question. Thoughts on Japan coming out and saying that it's intervening in the bond market? It was like 2.6 billion. It's really not very much. But given our current market conditions, any like bond purchase action by them should be moderately bullish for the US markets. Ooh, we're gonna lose 40? Gross. Future support 67.25. Nice, Dork. Delta neutral on SPX is like 43.74. And then gamma neutrals like up at like 44.25. It's super far out of the money. Are your end of year Tesla targets still close to the ones from a few weeks ago? Yeah, but I mean, if earnings misses here, it could go a lot lower. But yeah, that's that's kind of where my like longer dated puts are still. Same puts. There's plenty of buying pressure. It's just not breaking down the put wall. But a little bit of profit taking and a pullback's fine as long as it finds support. They can try again. They built up some positioning here. If we break 30, then I mean 35's kind of bad, but if we break 30, they're probably fucked. Mm, hmm. 30 years still down. Dixie's climbing a little. Hmm. Ooh. The puts at 43.50 are sold. Do sold puts also act as resistance? What makes you think they're sold? That's on ASML, basically saying no growth in the chip sector next year. Bullish for Nvidia's 200 plus PE. No. Think we can break 25? Mm, we could, yeah. We may not, but we could. There's definitely like there's put interest to the downside of 25. Like 43.20 has a lot of put interest too. 25 is just the biggest pile. How strong would a bounce at 43.25 be? It's not great. The put selling and call buying hasn't really stopped on this drop either, so they're still trying to turn this around, believe it or not. Not very successful so far. Hard to fight back against the market maker. Yields are getting pushed down a little bit again. Um, that's kind of bearish. I'm giving up a little bit. Nice, Carl. If their October 20 stuff expires out of the money, do you think the hit they take will be enough to end their ability to hold us above 4,200? No. I think the way you're thinking about this is incorrect. They don't expect us to stay over 4,200. That's why they're pulling back their Vega risk all week, right? They've been de-risking everything they feasibly can on every upside move for the past like 6 days now. Dork timed me out twice on his stream. You got me? All right. That's fair, Carl. I'm not even sure Dork's here right now. This is a pretty epic battle. Whatever Carl said. Thank you, the Lost Souls. Oh, I thought that de-risking was all 4,250, 4,300 through 4,350 stuff. My bad. No, they've been de-risking the out of the money shit, like the longer dated puts. 40, 4150, 4,100, 4,000, 4,200. The 4,350 strike was mostly de-risked like last last Friday, and the 4,400 like was almost completely de-risked the week before that. So all of that stuff's already gone. There's still Vega risk at 4,325 and 4,300, which is one of the reasons I think they're fighting so hard for it right now. This can't possibly go back up. Why? I predicted close under 4,350 and over 4,325 because I have no positions that profit in that range. Hot take. You're saying they're de-risking puts in case the market pumps, or the other way around? They're closing short puts because they're not bullish anymore. The bulls aren't bullish anymore, right? So they're trying to get all their fucking Vega risk off the table before the market collapses from under them. So then are bears bullish now? No, bears are bearish as fuck. They're crashing the market so GME doesn't run. No. Higher conviction of 4350 or 4300. Neither? They both look tough. Tesla and Nvidia are racing for the bottom. Nvidia caught a bid there at like 420 again. Tesla caught one a little higher than 243. Microsoft moved back negative though. Hmm. Apple 176.64. I wonder if they got enough capitulation to actually do something with this. Put interest okay, so puts at 35, 40, 50, and 55 are starting to take some profits. Call buying starting to pick up again. Put selling is picking up a tiny bit. Not a lot, though. What a what a weird bottom. Let's see what ES doing. ES still has some pretty big volumes. Catching a bit on the 15. About to break through the 1 sigma. 1 sigma is at 4360 right now, so yeah. Just breaking through the 1 sigma on futures right now. Let's see if this has any momentum. It's gonna need to move a lot to pick any up. Look right off. God damn. Still bearish though. Like overall, like longer time frame, it looks bearish as fuck. Maybe I'll pick up some more fucking 2D poots at the end of the day today. Fucking overpriced VIX. MOASS will happen either way. Thanks for timing that out, Carl, so I didn't have to read it. Consolidation here until 1545, then Big Red Donger to 4200 as bulls get margin called before end of day. Thoughts? Unlikely. Who wrote that they're crashing the market so GME doesn't run? Why are you looking for friends? The only thing that matters is in the event of a crash is that anyone bullish on the video loses their life savings. I agree. Could bulls pump one more time tomorrow or Friday to 4370s to continue de-risking? Maybe tomorrow. Tough though. We're moving into SLD and risk is high. People are going to be scared. We're moving deeper into SLD. Right? Today's just day one, but generally picks up later into the deposit cycle. So I don't know how much gas there is left. They already can't. They're already like unsuccessful in fighting back against the future sellers, right? Your $1 billion of zero DT is a joke if someone dumps 100,000 ES contracts. I think Jimmy crosses 15 T plus 2 OPEX. I mean, yeah, I could. I feel like my target would be a little higher than 15. Gamma Max is at $20.67. Speaking of which, so should I close this and buy shorter dated? Remove my downside protection then. No, that's fine. is going on? Why is that doing that? It's still down 4%. I should just close those. I guess I have 2 days. Oh, that's smart. Options. How did they lose it that hard at the 50 test? Call side capitulation on the pullback. There should be less puts to fight against on this upside move though than last time. 4,400, I wish. Yeah, that seems a bit ridiculous. Still selling those puts. This is important. Seems like they could do it unless futures slap them. I mean, the 67 test here is pretty important. The 78 test is really important though. Like they broke this earlier, right? But yeah, breaking 78 is going to be tough. We do have a double bottom. But the breakout's not confirmed until we break over like 78, 75. Carl's a shill. Yeah, there he is. Do the pumpers still have time to go to 4370? That seems excessive. I feel like I'd be pretty impressed if they were able to get back like 62, 50, 60. Even 55 seems like That'd be tough. But we'll see. A lot of the upside depends on how much puts capitulate, right? How much puts capitulate and how much call buying occurs at 43.55. There's a lot of I think there's a lot of sold calls at 60, so you've got like the put walls at 35 and 50 and 55, sorry, and then you have some sold calls at 60 from earlier today. So squeezing all of that out is going to be tough. Decent chance this gets rugged again. Yeah. Bonds are still driving down though, but Dixie's saying stable, so it's gonna. The bond pressure easing helps, but Dixie moving up is still gonna pressure vol. A lot of that seems to be because Euro's still slipping. Yen's actually doing pretty good today, which it should be expected with the bond buying. And then the pound down a bit. Bonds are dropping hard though. I think that'll matter more than anything else. So you don't see SPX making a new daily high. If it breaks through the put wall at 50.55, we could like filling the gap is tough at this point, and the interest isn't there yet. So we'll have to see what happens. So not only do we have to break through the put walls, but like more call side interest needs to come in to the upside to continue pushing higher, right? Like I don't think we're gonna get 43.70 just on the back of the market maker dumping their hedge. We could get like 60, maybe 65, but 70 still. That's gonna need some call buying. I think they're gonna try to get 43.50 back. Seems very obviously seems to be their goal. Can I hedge my Tesla puts into earnings of QQQ calls to avoid some crash? Yeah, you could. Who's Charmzilla helping out? Right now, the puts. Well, actually, right now, kind of no one. If we move a little higher, the calls. Well, okay, now the puts again. Did that move at all? Okay, so the puts. Ooh, that shifted. 20 years back under the 2-year dork. They are fighting tooth and nail to try to drive this up. Still looks like that target's between 50 and 60. Okay, so futures just broke above 43.67. Two year popped up a little bit more. Dollar's dropping again. So a little bit of easing. See if they try to push vol down really hard one more time. If you'd straddle QQQ, would you go for October 31st at the money or for November? If I straddled QQQ, I'd probably just do it for tomorrow's expiration. What's the weirdest thing you've ever said during the middle of adult wrestling? For me, I quoted the film Finding Nemo and said, "You make ink." I have no idea right now, man. Are they getting wrecked by future sellers like last time, or is this just the put wall? No, the put wall is at 43.50. There was a little bit of future selling right after the breakout. They're still fighting for 43.67. I mean, they're just there, right? Bought or sold doesn't really matter, but those puts are bought. They were bought yesterday before it closed, before we rocketed up. Hot take: Millennial Fund is just trading off MACD. Just manually traded MACD. Do you have an SLD position? I have November puts. Draw me something. I'm currently holding a straight edge to my 32-inch curved screen. It doesn't really work well for accuracy or precision. You're looking for that? I don't even really know if that's applicable. Probably like this. Boof. Someone bought some more 43.30 pets. Bulls are sucking today. They're trying really hard, though. You gotta give them that. It's just a bear trap, Turk. Tesla IV too high to make an earnings straddle worthwhile? Yeah, probably. No tail on the 20. They keep getting rejected off of VWAP. Yeah. 2 hour, 220 right now? No, yields move back up again. A little bit. Holy fuck, this is boring. Alright. Trying to trade momentum is incredibly difficult right now. That's because there isn't any. Descending wedge on the 15. Consolidating wedge. I don't think it's really descending yet. Longer term, you mean? Like here? Yeah. So and right now I guess we're just trying to find where we get support on that, right? It's a little loose. Did you cut your calls yet? No. Seeing them continuously fail to hit their goals in the upper 4300s, maybe by a few 4300 puts today for November. I hate being a bear. Being a bull seems much more fun. They're pretty equivalent. I mean, they both feel like shit if you're not making money. We're just gonna bounce between 4350, 4330 and 4350 for the rest of the day. I mean, for now, yeah. Um, unless we substantially break 25 or 50, then this is kind of where we're at. Just because Greg hasn't cut his calls doesn't mean you necessarily shouldn't have. This is a man who's blown up his port every time he gets to 10k so far. But I keep getting it back to 10k. No, I have like one day trade, so I have very few options for cutting things. Not a lot of flexibility in the positioning. Otherwise, they'd already be gone. I would have sold them back here. But did Pterodactyl cut his 70s? That's the indicator. I have no idea. Hmm. Bonds are picking up again. Do you think they're gonna wait till power hour to try to pump again? I mean, they've been trying to pump this entire time. Like this whole window has been they've been non-stop selling puts and buying calls. It's just not getting us anywhere. They are mired in negative gamma and delta and fighting back against the market maker and the few put buyers that are there. Hmm. Although I do think holding 30 here is kind of important. The put wall's broken down a little bit. There's been profit taking. Well, no, they're getting really greedy if they start selling puts in the money again. So far, they haven't been doing a lot of that. Do you mind me asking what strike your November SPX puts are at? 43.50, 25, 4,300, 43 or 42.65, 42.50, 42.25. Yep. 42.50 and 25 are spreads. $50 is 42.50, 4,200, and 25 is 42.25, 41.75. I don't know what that means. I'm not saying it. Okay. Another push up to 43.67. Hour and a half left. Did I go all the way back? Oh, alright. Yeah, I guess that's probably relevant too. Hard time finding liquidity in that range. If we don't push up towards 50.75 today, would you think further down push or a small recovery into Friday? I don't think Friday looks very good. Wow. I don't know what Friday's actually going to look like yet. Charms actually stayed pretty low going into this expiration, which is unusual. Although we'll see if it picks up substantially today and tomorrow. Hmm. Tech is still really weak. RSP. RSP's turning around a little bit. It's finding some support. Let's see. Call buying's picking up again, and a bunch more put selling. What are they selling? 25? It's fucking greedy. Man, every pump just gets stuffed. Is the SPX the new G? it's not easy. I mean, they're fighting back against everything, right? To push to the upside. They're fighting back against the bond market. They're fighting back against vol. They're fighting back against the market maker. I thought I would get a lot more work done at the office after I went back, but actually, no. I still don't do anything. Nice. That's the American dream. Do you know if the JPAS speech is important or another teacher's meeting? I have no idea what it is. They're fighting back against me having calls, so have puts too. They sell both. It looks like somebody took a massive 4320p long position off during that pump, unless I'm seeing it wrong. No, it looks right. Yeah, the 4320 fell off quite a bit. There's also some profit taking on the 55. I mean, those out of the money puts are gonna start getting eaten away by charm, right? On the 0 DTEs. Kind of want to look at tomorrow's expiration though and see how put interest is stacking up there. Ooh. So just a big fat fucking call wall tomorrow at 43.25, and then a bunch of puts above that and below it. According to his assistant, JPA has acoustic guitar lessons tomorrow. I doubt I'll say anything about the market. Thanks for checking. What's a decent strategy for positioning like that? Just straddle with enough theta to realize a move? I mean, almost all of the interest tomorrow is on the put side, except like, well, it's weighted to the put side unless we get back above 43.60. So, I mean, the downside is defended, but that doesn't mean shit, right? It's like one call wall. It's not like it can't break down. I think more interestingly on the long, like on all the expirations, is that gamma above like 43.40 is flat as fuck. So if they can pump out of this hole today at some point, which they keep failing to do, and get it above 43.40, there's a good chance that they could drive it back above like the like 43.52. It's just this range is tough. So from like here, let's make this yellow, to right here. That's really difficult. Which, I mean, we've kind of seen all day, right? Like their breakouts to the upside above there don't last very long. They get stuffed back down. So at this point, it's really just a question of who's going to be more persistent, the Bulls or the Bears. And the Bears are winning, so they have no reason to give up. Yeah, they pumped out of the Bill auction pretty hard. Classic bullish triple bottom. Yeah, GME is outperforming the market. Hmm. Taking naps so we can dump. Yeah. Your boy Tootsie's gonna break 31. Do you still own any of that? So you're saying they just need to pump like $15 and they'd be home free? They need to pump like $15 and then keep pumping. They're not home free, right? Because the market maker is just going to be constantly pressuring the downside. But they can move the price a lot faster to the upside once it breaks above 43.40. No, but it's a decent price. Okay, but really, hedgies are making a fundamental mistake in letting the price get this low. At $14, the float will be DRS'd in record time. They messed with gamers. Fuck off, popcorn trader. Why the MMs want everything lower? Their positioning's net negative. MMs, you know, they only care about their own book. They don't give a shit about price or the rest of the market. They just want their book to be balanced, and their book's net negative. So they're selling the downside. These rejections are getting me so bullish. There's a big fat put wall or a call wall at 43.25 for tomorrow. Ugh. Hmm. Someone poke it with a stick. Earnings are going Tesla down, Netflix up. I'm not like positioning for either one directionally, but I think they both have a pretty good chance of missing. Ugh. We need to add Tootsie Roll by the 69 Boys to your soundboard, and then just randomly buy a share of TR every so often and play the song. I prefer the song Laffy Taffy. I like Netflix strategy of making people pay for their service. Yeah, but the people paying for their service didn't. Mm. Call interest is picking up again. Are they really gonna even try again at this point? It seems like such a fucking waste of time. Just because they're buying calls doesn't mean that the price is gonna go up. At least not immediately. They've got to buy quite a lot of calls to dig themselves out of this fucking hole. Or they need a lot of puts to capitulate. Yeah, they are relentless. But relentlessly losing. Ooh, that's rough. Hmm. Is that the 15 minute? It's not really broken down there, is it? I guess if they can hold the 25 calls here and get the puts to fall off, maybe we get a bounce. That's really shitty for them. I should have held my straddle longer. Fuck. Futures loses 43.50 here. That's bearish as shit. Vol's gonna spike really hard. Hmm. I think if they don't turn vol around here. Hmm. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel. Like if they crush bonds here again, and they can squeeze out tomorrow's puts, it could get really ugly really fast. I like that they're afraid of selling puts though, or well, at least selling far dated ones. It'd be a real shame if Tesla and Netflix missed earnings to the meme 7. Yeah, that'd be really bad for QQQ. Do you ever roll the losing side down? Yeah, sometimes. It depends on how much data I have on it. Power hour.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
That's pretty bearish. Losing control of VIX. Ooh, big time. Dork. Buy more of those. I think if we fail to break 20 here, this thing's fucked. Like, we failed to break back into the trend. Yeah, exactly. Failed to break up. It can go down. Like, this can start going down really hard if VIX will break above 20 if we lose like 43.15 here. They still have like longer dated Vega risk in this range, right? That they haven't shed yet. Ooh, VIX is getting spicy. And there's no call support down here. Ooh, fill. Nice. If they lose 43.15, would they be able to pump it to gradually de-risk their Vega risk in this area tomorrow? Maybe. They could try to fight for 4,300, but they could lose 4,300 before the end of today. There's quite a lot of puts building up there. Don't say it like that. I'm gonna chase into puts. I bought some 0 DTs for fun. I mean, you can see the volume on them. The demand's pretty high. Jesus fucking Christ. I wonder how many puts they fucking sold down here earlier, Dork. Puts bought or sold down here. These are sold. Well, they're bought for tomorrow, but a lot of them are sold for today. They were selling puts under their call wall at 43.25 for tomorrow. So Now that we've lost the call wall, that puts them in a tricky situation of their short dated puts getting squeezed out. I got some puts on gold. Interesting. Fix it 1999. I hate this fucking market so much. How's it possible for Jimmy to pump to $20 in current market conditions? It's illiquid. It doesn't take a lot of volume to move the price. Jimmy pumped a bunch of times in fucking 2022 and market conditions were worse. Or at least volatility conditions were a lot worse. What would cause just volume to come in? Covering? Still quite a lot of puts there. Tomorrow. Yeah, puts are building out of the money for tomorrow all the way down to like 42.50. Holy shit, there's a lot of puts. $4,300 Vega risk on Friday. 43.15 also. Pressure on vols picking up even more. Yields are still inching up. Well, the 30 years almost back at 5%. And the 20 years uninverted again. The 10-2 isn't, but the 10's rocketing. Would you straddle QQQ if you can't afford an SPX straddle? Yeah. That QQQ or IWM would generally be my first choice. First two choices. Straddle, I don't like straddling SPY very much. It's not as volatile. It's getting there, but not quite yet. Brokers were removing BBYQ shares from backholders' accounts today. The world is healing. Doesn't look like Vol's slowing down anytime soon. Is that gonna fucking break before end of day? It's getting very close. Sold puts at 43.15. Interesting. Really need to bounce it by close. 47. So it's like 65 BPS? Jesus fucking Christ. There's no way. You think they could get it, Dork? They're gonna have to pump so fucking hard. But, oh, I was just measuring the basis points. Well, fuck no. But now that I've said that, they're gonna get it. That'd be ridiculous. Someone get the gas? I'd much prefer just to see them fail. Actually, I guess I don't care either way. Yeah. Mm. 40 minutes to get volatility down, what, like 5%? I don't even know what the fuck the point of pumping here would be, besides to save their Vega risk. They're really gonna let them bounce us like this? I mean, they're really trying. Oops. Where's the upside of that, bro? 4362. See where all the volume's at. I really thought they were going to keep this flat in the tech earnings tonight. No one cares about tech earnings when the 30 years constantly pushing 5%. Yeah, put volume's ridiculous right now. The put call volume's 2.05, Dork. USD JPY is 149.90. Yes, it's slowly pushing back towards 43.50. It's tricky because they could still really blow out like 0 DTE bulls. Or bears, rather. Holy fuck, they're demolishing the VIX. Yeah, they are. Did we break the trend? Ooh, right on it. They could still fail under 25. Well, the Bulls haven't won yet, Doric. Relax. Back to averaging down 0 DTUs. Might as well have some fun with it, right? Ooh. Fail. Momentum? Quite a bit. Holy fuck, puts are expensive as shit. You know, it'd be super cool, Doric. 42.90. I'm gonna hit you with that good stuff, Doric. You ready? What would the price have to be on Jamie for you to buy more or even think about it? Under $10. This unironically rules and is exciting, and I'm beginning to understand your passion. It's pretty fun. It's so epic if the Bulls just get fucking crushed here. You could just rip them right off, Doric. You don't have to do it slowly. There's very little ES support down here. I'm running out of time for anything cool to happen though. I think 4290 is possible by end of day. I mean, if they like de-risk their 4315s, yeah. So basically, if the 4315s get squeezed out, it could happen. We could move really hard. The same is true for 4325 to the upside, though. Hello, tiny gap down. So we're closing at 4320? Probably, yeah. Can you stick around for Tesla and Netflix earnings? Oh, that reminds me, I gotta make calls on Tesla. Fucking piece of shit. How much are these? Buy the 50, sell the 65. Buy the 45, sell the 60. Yeah, my puts are already in the money though. You can bear if you want to. You can leave your calls behind, because when the rug pulls while everyone bulls, well, they ain't no bags of mine. Beautifully put, calls on puts. Beautifully put. Thoughts on Zon calls? I mean, there's a pretty good chance that oil prices go up more. It's usually pretty stable, even if they don't. I think calls are still pretty cheap on it. I just turn my GME call trade into a calendar strangle just in case. Yeah. It's best to offset some of that theta decay if you can. Oh, where did VIX go? Do you think about investing in Victoria's Secret now that they're slopping the wokeness and going back to sexiness? I have no idea. Don't people just buy their clothes online? How hard will the market peen if tech beats tonight? It could peen pretty hard. $43.15 for overnight straddle or too early? I don't particularly like having 40. Well, yeah, I guess 43.20 or 25 would be better, or lower, like 43.10. But 43.15 is okay. Tomorrow's like options trade looks like dog shit. So unless the puts get squeezed out really hard, conditions don't look like they're gonna improve. And then Powell's speaking tomorrow. We have overnight balance of trade. And then tomorrow morning we have initial jobless claims, continuing jobless claims, the Philly Fed shit, all in the pre-market. Then Jefferson speaking. And then we're gonna have existing home sales, which are probably not gonna be bullish. Powell speaking at noon. Then we have a 5-year tips auction at 1. Ooh. That could be fun. Getting momentum back towards 43.15 again. I don't know. They trimmed VIX down enough that maybe we just won't get the move in the end of the day. Oh shit. Do it. No. Fuck you. Dump. Fucking trying to prop the market up with matchsticks. Yes. Capitulate on everything into close and reposition at 4,300. Let's go. Don't be a little bitch. Where are the bears at, man? What the fuck? Such a good opportunity. You know what I love, Zorik? Only losing $200 on spreads. If this closes below 4,300, it's gonna be pretty fucking crazy. You see it though, right? You see how it just could. It would be fucking crazy. Fuck, we're so close to breaking the trend on ES too. If we hit those sell orders at 4,340, woo boy. I've been shadow gorked? No, you haven't. I was just ignoring you. You were asking me about my pedal stool. It didn't seem relevant at the time. Is there a way to predict future price action using past performance? No. I gotta do a write-up for a pay raise. I was thinking something like this. Fuck you, pay me. I think my boss would be okay with that. Seems like a good going in hot to the negotiation table. I like it. 1 minute MACD. Ooh. There it is, Doric. Tapping him. Holy shit. That was fun. Do it again. That was fucking ridiculous. No, I'm out of day trades. That burned my day trade. Make it do that again, Gurg. I mean, I'd really like that, but lesson not learned. It might still go to 4,300. I shouldn't have stopped them all out. Look at Goodies, Pickle Man. Nice. Jesus fucking Christ. This fucking contracts went up 200%. Or 300, no, 310% in one candle. Damn. It was about 200 million net, Dork. Ten minutes left. I miss my cash account. So much more fun. All right, let's see if my 4315s print now. It took $1 billion to make your put print is a better way of putting it. What's up with Rad? I don't know. Ooh, Jesus. It's drilling to the center of the earth. Fubo 250s, huh? For next week? 12 cents right now? Too soon. We're lower than earlier, and VIX is lower, so Bull's winning, I guess. I mean, Bulls are in a better position if we close above 43.15, but they already capitulated on a good chunk of that strike. It wasn't that many. The risk department's upset with you. Well, that's fucked. Hey, my 43.15s are in the money, Dork. This is the best. I'm not playing SPX unless it's the last 15 minutes of the day from now on. The risk reward is so good. Thoughts on Tesla earnings? I bought calls to hedge the upside, but I don't think they'll be very good. Like all of Tesla's like projection data for the last like month and a half has been garbage. I need Tesla to shit the bed and my 1020 4200 will print. No, it won't. 7 DTE, 15 DTE QQQ straddle with 2-to-1 PC ratio. A good play tonight. I don't hate it. Might be too much. Honestly, might be too much theta on the call side. Might be too much theta overall, but where's your straddle at? 43.15. Well, that's probably where it's gonna be. Unless we move up another dollar. My calls are at 43.15. The 0 DT 43.15s were only 70 cents. Oh, and they're gone. But I only had 5 of those. DM? What's up, Willie? Bottom ticked. Dude, nice. Well done. I did a market stop on my 4300s, but I think I sold them all by the time it was at 140. Which is pretty good for a 35-cent contract. Netflix beat Ding Ding, by the way. Did Netflix even release any information? Or is it just pumping because? Netflix is like 1.3% of QQQ. It's not that big of a deal. Netflix is not going to save the fucking market. Tesla's like 3.5 or 4.4%, I think. My limit order didn't fill for my 4320 43.15 puts. So you're gonna have to pay me $5 each instead of 4.5. Idiots. Sounds like it. Have you seen this market? It's being helped by prayers and the crushing weight of yields. Netflix is just as good as any other tech stock to pump now. I mean, it's not. It doesn't have the market cap weight necessary, right? It wouldn't matter how hard they beat fucking earnings. Their market cap would have to quadruple in order for it to have any serious impact. Netflix to 2100. Don't say that. I can't live in that world, Lily. Also, Tesla's shitting the bed. Maybe Elon can say he stuffed AI into a sex robot and save the company. Ooh, dork. Hear me out. Tesla bond downgrade. You think it's time? Man, I should have bought more like 200 puts. Yeah. Oh, fuck. I didn't even think of that until just now. That's like a big fucking chunk of AAA bond interest, too. Why is Tesla dropping in after hours? I don't know. Probably because they suck. No, I really don't know what their earnings are. I could look. Give me a second. Adjusted EPS 66 cents versus expected 74. Revenues 23.4 versus expected 24.06. Forward year production is expected at 1.8 million versus the prior 1.82. So they missed. Free cash flow 848 million versus the prior 2.59 billion. Jesus fucking Christ. Ah, that's awesome. I hate that I hedged. Whatever. It's fine. Netflix only beat because they didn't pay any new content this year. Beat's a beat, right? At least in this market. Did Netflix actually release numbers? I'll check them too. Hold on. $373 versus $349 a share. Revenue flat 8.54 versus the expected 8.54. Total memberships 200. Oh, they haven't announced the memberships, I don't think yet. But expected is 243.88 million. Operating income 1.9 billion versus 1.5 last year, so 25% year over year. Revenue growth in quarter three reflected a 9% year over year increase in average paid memberships. So 8.8 million paid net additions versus 2.4 million in quarter three 2022. Ooh, that could be bullish for Fubo. Yeah, so the ad-supported membership increased by like 70%. Neat. How's Fubo doing in after hours? Yeah. Why is Tesla up now? Who the fuck knows? Tesla trades sideways. I'm okay with that. I have data on my puts. I mean, it'll suck to get burned on the crush on the calls, but what are you gonna do? Burning money actually good. All right, let's take a look at things that matter. All right, so ES bounced, retesting 43.50 in after hours. That's probably more responsible for Tesla's move up than their actual earnings. Let's see. So this puts us pretty steeply in the bearish range here. There's not a lot of downside support here, historically. So if we go out to like the 1 hour, this really starts to collapse through this range. There's some support at 4,300, but previously very little support between 4,350 and 4,300, and then 4,300's like ES 42 or SPX 4275. So yeah, we're not in a good range for the pumpers. Tomorrow's still stacked with puts. Those could get squeezed out, and maybe we could see like a 43.60 upside or something. I'll see how positioning looks tonight, but there's a lot of bearish momentum now. And we're starting to get deeper into SLD too, which means it'll start to like, not tomorrow, but like Friday morning through Monday, it'll be really hard to push up against the market makers. Dollar, still up for today, right? 106, up 36 basis points. Not back in its trend, but looks like it's kind of recovering from its prior collapse below the trend. Pressure there should still be high. I mean, I don't see anybody else's economy getting better. England's inflation was up last night. I think tonight we have balance of trade out of Japan. That could create some shocks to the yen. Correlation moving back up today, and then also back up above the prior high, both on the 3 and 1 month. So correlation starting to turn around, which means we're going to get more of that vol flow into SPX and out of equities, which is bearish for equities. They managed to turn around bond vol again before close, but it's getting quite tight, right? Especially through today. Tightened up a lot today, and it's kind of holding there. This will need to reverse pretty hard to ease up some of that pressure, and it doesn't look like yields are backing down. Like even on the pullback, the 30 years almost at 5%. You can see that a little bit better here, right? Let's go out to the like 1 hour. So yeah, I mean yields are just continuing up. The 20-year auction today came in a little under spot, which provided some brief bullishness, but then no one gave a shit once it bounced back over the 2-year, right? And kind of eliminated the effect. Bond vol still flat, but correlation up and market down. So the expectation here should be that we see bond vol continue to climb a little bit. VIX correlation, not really moving on the weekly, but if we start to breach 20 tomorrow, we may see a little bit more of that. Demand is definitely high this week. You can kind of tell from the volume profile. But correlation hasn't dropped back completely to the prior levels, despite the intense amount of VIX shorting we've experienced over the last 3 days. What's that? That's like NQ versus the 10-year. That's meaningless. RSP today underperformed, down 150 BPS, but a 50 BPS recovery after market close, and that's kind of in line with what we're seeing on the bounce on ES here as it retests 43.50, which puts us right at about 43.25, which is still very bearish and under the Vega risk. Let's take a look at GME. So GME's contraction of the tip slowed a little bit today by the market drop, but still a lot of share borrowing going on there. Nothing big enough yet to affect the borrow rate. I think they're still largely like shorting in the morning and covering in the midday kind of thing, but hopefully over the next 2 to 3 days we start to see those contract a bit more. Upstart, no covering really going on. Fubo's still got covering going on, and the positive news from Netflix and After Hours with their ad-supported subscriber growth may provide some tailwinds there for Fubo, because they're trying to roll out their own ad-supported tiers, and if that's a successful strategy for streaming companies, then Fubo, the prospect of Fubo doing that may improve valuations a little bit, or at least valuation projections. I think that's about it. We could take a look at this. Actually, this is kind of like our weekly trend on SPX. And something to note here is the failure to break that 4404 level on the weekly. That's pretty bearish, right? I mean, we're already trending down towards the long-term trend over the last several months, or well, 3 months. If we break 4272 to the downside, we're probably going to break through the long-term trend. And on the monthly, that continuation is really quite bearish. It's pretty rare that you get 3 consecutive down months on the SPX without just getting a market crash. I mean, or at least a really steep correction. I can't think of any times where we've had that many consecutive red months on SPX without it just progressively getting worse, right? So the rest of this month is pretty key, and if we lose the 42.20 level, that's really bearish for the long term. So something to keep an eye on, especially given that so far this month we've only bounced a total of 62 basis points. Anyway, more on that tomorrow. I'll have Pickles Picks out tonight with some updated options info, and we'll see how things have repositioned after the big drop. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Have a good night, guys. Later.